Alright, welcome back to my stream. This is Tessa. I decided to do a pop-up since I haven't been writing for the last few days and I need to... sorry. I hate when I do that. But I never know if it's muted or not until it suddenly starts doing that. You hear every little thing going on. Alright, now this one is muted. Okay. So I'm fine there. Crazy. So, alright. I think I'm set up and ready to go. Like I said, I haven't written for a few days and I need a little inspiration. Hopefully someone will join me. And I haven't quite decided. I know I have blog posts to do, so that's a no-brainer. What to do after the blog posts? Well, that's still up in the air. I don't know what I'm going to do exactly, but I need to start with the blog post because I don't want to get too far behind. And lately, some of my prompts haven't been quite as inspirational, so I haven't done as many because nothing's coming. I look at it, and I think about it, and absolutely nothing comes. So it's like a waste of time. But you can't expect every prompt. You can't expect every prompt to be perfect. So I just have to try and do as many as I can. I like to keep my posts on my blog updated, and I have started taking blog number 2 apart. It's going to be a very long process. I have to go through. It won't let me highlight a huge amount and trash them at once. Just refuses to do it. 7 or 8, it might let me do it. One at a time, I'll be here till next year because there's over 2,600 posts on that blog. And I'm trying to get rid of ones I definitely know I don't want to move over because I only want to move over the ones that have stories in them. I don't want to move all the posts I wrote about, how I felt that day and what a lousy week I had, and because that was the main upshoot of that blog anyhow. And it changed so many different things before I started adding my writing because I got tired of updating 2 blogs. And now I have 3 blogs. And the third one is new, and it has my new stuff on it. Now, some of it is about my life because some of the prompts I do are about my life. And, so they're on there. Someday I may take them off, but for now, they're new. They're on there. But WordPress is making it very hard to do anything. Very difficult. I don't know whether they did it on purpose or they really thought this was a better idea, but I don't see the better idea part of it. I find stupidity. I find difficulty getting around something that I had no problems getting around on, and now I can't figure out how to do what I used to do. And I finally figured out how to copy a post because I use my posts as templates. The prompts that I do every day or every week, depending on the prompt, I use them as templates. So I copy the old one, then change the information that needs changing and post it. It doesn't want to do that half the time. It's just like, no, we're not doing that. Sorry, we're not doing that. And I'm like, why aren't we doing that? What is the problem here? I don't know if there's a trick to it. I don't know what it is. So I'm a little disgusted about that. I would like to get rid of the original blog. I mean, that was the first stuff I started writing. Most of that stuff I don't want to keep. But I found out because I started it on that blog and that email that unless I think if I change to a new email, I may be able to create a new blog. But it's already on this one, and I can't delete the old original first blog. So I can take it down, take the stuff off of it. Again, another long, drawn out process. But, a lot of it I've been trashing because honestly, I read it back over and I'm like, what were you thinking? Like my writing has, like most people, you start to get better, over time. And you look back on some of the old stuff and it's like, what did I write that for? So I got 2 of those long projects to deal with. I don't know how many posts are on number 1, but I know there's over 2,600 on number 2. I'm not sure how many are on the 3rd one. That's the newest one. That's the TessaDeanAuthor.com. So that's the newest one. Now, right now, I'm paying for that to have no ads on it and stuff. But of course, that's not going to be, once I move, that won't be an expense I can afford. I hope to keep the domain name on it. It's not quite as expensive, so I might be able to keep the domain name. Otherwise, it goes back to WordPress.com, and everybody knows it's free. Here, they can't really tell for sure by looking at it because it's a domain name. And so now the one I'm getting ready to, I say getting ready, it's going to be a long time before I can delete it. It's coming up for renewal, and I'm not renewing the blog, the domain. It's like $26, but I'm not doing it. Because nobody goes. I mean, yes, some people still find that blog. So I get people joining, and I'm like, why are you joining my old blogs? Both of them, both old blogs. When there's no new things, usually, for the most part. Every now and then, like I put somebody, I just reviewed my friend's book. I put that on all 3, but normally I don't. If I offer to advertise something for a friend, I'll put it on all 3. But normally I don't update the other 2 blogs. They're just a waste of time. So I'm really unhappy that I cannot get rid of the first one. I can delete the second one, which has a lot of the really personal stuff in it because I was I had a really bad time with my bipolar and fibromyalgia. And I put a lot of stuff on there, different articles to help different people. So there's a lot of stuff on there that, isn't even writing related. And I would like to keep it writing related now. And that one is Tessa Can Do It. And at the time I was trying to prompt myself, make myself positive, blah, blah, So that's what I named it. So I don't like the name of that one. And the name of the first one is Finally a Writer. And after I named it that, people jumped on me. It's like, you're not finally a writer. You've been a writer a long time. You're a writer. You're a writer. So don't call yourself finally a writer. Well, it wasn't anything I could do about it because I'd already named the darn thing that. And, I didn't know what I was doing at the time. Thought I did. But that's the one I can't take off. At least it relates to writing. But these old ones aren't set up quite the same way as the old ones. And when they did the changes on the newest, they're not all the same. So I have to figure out how each blog works in order to do things. So that's been keeping me busy. And I haven't been writing. I mean, that's one way of getting out of writing. Delete your old stuff off. It takes a while. And I pulled up one of the little stories, little prompt stories up, and I looked at it and I thought, it's not bad, but it's not really great. And I can't see writing any more on it because it just didn't interest me. So I deleted that one. I don't know how many more of those I'll find, because I have written thousands of short stories because of prompting, 10 years worth. And I write a lot of prompts every week. So I have a lot of posts on these blogs. And then the one blog has some of the repeats from the other blog because I just moved it over, copied it over, I didn't take it off. I gotta take this. I don't know, it might be important. Sorry. Spam. Scam, whatever you want to call the stupid stuff. My car's warranty it expired a long time ago. I'm pretty sure they don't want me. My car's a 2006 and falling apart, so I'm pretty sure they don't want me. So, but I couldn't tell. I'm waiting for a call from the assisted living facility, so I didn't want to miss a call. Even though I was pretty sure that was probably spam, I didn't want to miss it. Because I found out my ad agency, I found out that they hide their numbers for some reason. I guess they're using their personal phone, so they're hiding their numbers. So I have to answer because it might be the stupid aid agency. I hate people that hide things like that. And I don't trust them. So, all right. We've been here almost 15 minutes. And I'm going to start a sprint. My goal is to start with my blog posts, the current ones, before moving on to either writing or deleting the old stuff off my blog. So I think we'll start with the current blog post because I didn't do anything for the last, I think, maybe 2 days. So I want to get caught up on that. And then I will... Hi, Gibberish. How you doing? I was awake. I didn't feel like napping. I haven't written or done anything really productive. So I figured, why not just do a pop-up? Somebody joins me, great. If not, oh well. I have things to write, things to do. And, go from there. I hope somebody shows up. And there you are. Somebody's here, which is nice. They have company. I don't know how long you're planning on staying. But, because I don't stream tonight, so I figured I'll go ahead and do a pop-up this afternoon since I seem to be awake, and maybe I'll sleep early enough. Yeah, you have things to read too. Good. Yeah, I have reading to do also. That's another thing. I wanna keep reading on outlines, trying to see if I can come up with something that'll work for me. So I've been reading different books, and some not so great. So you're not having a sleepover anymore. What happened? Usually they're fun. Usually. I say usually because sometimes I got invited to some when I was younger and the girls were really mean and did mean things. So you're a little bit older than that, so hopefully nobody did anything really awful to you. But then again, you're also getting older, so having a sleepover isn't as important as it is when we're in our early teens. You know, that's a big thing when you're in your early teens, having a sleepover. At least it was when I was a kid. I don't know what it's like nowadays, but when I was a kid, I know it was. No, nothing bad happened. Hey, Barrett. Nice to see you. I read your post about the about this oh, yeah. What are they called? I hate when I do that. My mind goes completely blank. The things I write. Prompts. I got your post about the prompts. And then I answered, and then I managed to delete it before. So then I had to write it over again. And so normally I nap in the afternoons, but I'm not tired, and I want to go to sleep early tonight so I don't stay up all night. So I figure my best bet is just not napping. So I figure I haven't written anything in a few days. I really should get back to it. And you were talking about the prompts, and I don't normally like do them in my stream, but right now I'm getting ready to go on my blog and to check out what prompts are available to see if there's anything that interests me, because I can't just jump into them. And Gibber says, it's my parents. I only have sleepover with family. I still love sleepover. Oh, okay, I get it. Sleepovers with family. Yeah, it's not the same thing when you get older. Yeah, the prompts. I read your response. I feel you. No pressure. It's what I tried to explain to the guy who runs our real life group. We always would go in, and the first thing was a 10-minute sprint with a prompt, and I'm like, I can't think that. I told him, I said, I can't think that fast. Like, I need to take time and savor it before I answer a prompt. I don't just, very rarely does something pop into my head and I can just write it out. And he said, yeah, I guess I kind of understand. So since we've been virtual, he's been giving them us like a day or two before, which gives us a little time to think about them. But I don't know what will happen when they go back to in person, which is supposed to start this possibly September, but I won't be going because I'm still kind of, I have a problem still with my foot. I don't know if you know, I broke my foot back in April, and it's not healing. I'm in a lot of pain, and walking on it's very difficult, and driving and dragging all my books and stuff to a library isn't going to happen. I'm not answering that. I'm not answering that. This will probably be the one I'm waiting for. So, yeah, I won't be going to meetings. I told them, I said, I'm still not dragging, I'm not up to it. I'm still doing physical therapy. It hurts. It really hurts. It's the first time I ever broke a bone, and I'm 64 years old, and now I break a bone. It was luckily my left foot, not my right foot, but still, it's problematic. That's the ringtone for your mom. That's funny. People always stop and stare when my phone rings. It's like, they look at me funny. I guess because I'm older. But that's the kind of music that I listened to when I was younger and stuff, And so I use that one, and people they stop and look at me really funny. But yeah, I broke my foot, and it's taken a long, long, long time. That was back in April, beginning of April, and it's still a problem. unfortunately. uh, I was just getting ready to start a sprint. So I was telling gibberish. I said between working on my blog, because I've been let that go for a few days, and then I'm trying to delete another blog. But that means going through every post on there to see what I want to delete and what I want to move to the newer blog. And it's a very long process. And there's over 2,600 posts just on that one blog, and I have 3 blogs altogether. So it's a long process. But I told people, I said, if you want to, stay in touch, join my new blog. This one I don't do anything with anymore. You abandoned your blog months ago. You gotta be better about your website. How I manage it all, one thing, I'm not doing a great job managing. But secondly, I don't work. I'm disabled, so I'm home all day. I'm home all night. So I have time that a lot of people don't have because of, working jobs. I don't know what your story is, but the journaling, well, that's sporadic at best. I'm not doing very good with that either. I started out good, but as usual, it kind of got pushed to the side. Yeah, you do need to be better about your blog, your website though, because that's what people go to, and you need to keep it up. Hey, Jenna, listening while at work. I wondered if you pop in from work. Barra says, I'm good gibberish, just figuring out what to write. And Barra says, hi, Jenna. Yeah, like I said, I want to do the blog posts for our switches prompt work. And then after that, I don't know whether I'll work on deleting more posts, if I'll write something. I've got a couple things I'm thinking about maybe writing, just not positive. So, and my blog is like my website. I don't have a regular website. So, it's kind of like my website. I was going to go ahead and I used to design websites way back in the day when you hand coded, a long time ago. Technology moved on without me, and I wouldn't even begin to know where to go nowadays to set up a website. And I'm sure it's supposedly easier, but we were used to hand coding, so we knew how to do that. But the rest of this new stuff nowadays is it's so technical. I'm gonna say. So yeah, I was gonna do that, but I've started blogs, which I've not finished. These I've kept up, but I started blogs I haven't finished. I've started websites that got nowhere. I mean, I never got enough design to even want to put them upline. Put them online. I mean, there wasn't enough to it. So, and I was just wasting money. And I'm like, I got to stop doing this. I don't have the money for this. And I'm not planning on selling my books, so they're just going to be on my blog, available for anyone who wants to read. So I don't need to spend all that money for all that extra stuff. I don't need to promote myself like some people I know, whose name I will not mention. But that person is in the stream right at this moment. I'm sure that person knows who I'm talking about. All right, chippers, call your school. No, I'm not talking about you. Oh, yes, I'm talking about you. Barra says I self-promote. No, I wasn't talking about you. She knows who I'm talking about. You gotta link it today. I'm on my phone. Well, I think the only person on here who hasn't seen it is probably Barrett, and I'm not sure if he's interested in your romance story. There isn't enough people in here for me to... Oh, there's Claude. Hi, Claude. I haven't seen you in a while. You must go back to work, but just wanted to drop a like and say hi. Tessa, I didn't know you were streaming in the PM. Well, I don't know. It's not PM here. It is PM. It's afternoon. But this was a pop-up. This wasn't planned. Actually, Barra says I don't actually have anything to sell, but I do love to promote others. Yeah, well, Miss Jenna here has a book, at least one book online, and she does not like to promote. And I'm like, you got to get over that if you're going to sell anything. And so I always end up forcing her to put it up, and she'll sell a bunch of books, and then she gets mad at me. Yeah, promote her. She gets really squeamish about that. I'm fine, thanks. Writing is hard these days, though. How are you, Barrett? Yeah, we're all having writing problems right now. I don't know whether it's the weather or the season or what it is. I just don't have any desire to. I'm just really struggling to write. Barrett says, Jenna, I have authors on my channel for interviews all the time. I can get you a link if you want to do an interview. Well, there you go. She's a little squeamish about that, too. Though she might be coming up on my channel one of these days. We're talking about that. Having her on. She's been on once. I don't know how she feels about interviews. Oh, she says it might be fun. Well, maybe you can get her to interview with you. That would be great. See, Jenna? Again, I'm promoting you. And what are friends for, right? Doing well, Claude. Ready to work on a new project. Coming out of a rough patch writing-wise. Ready to write something new. Yeah, we all seem to be in the same boat. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what's going on right now. New project. Nice. Yep, I agree. Mine will be either a new project, which is either a second book, or I need to rewrite my memoir. Because I just realized, after having edits done on it, a lot of things I did wrong. It's always the shiny new thing. Yeah, when you get that idea and you just want to dive right into it. Jenna says, were you on the stream for Vixen the other day, Barrett? Like co-hosting? Lots of new faces there. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it may have been. All right, Claude. Have a great day. Thank you. Nice for you to stop by. Thanks for the like. I think I know which one you're talking about, Jen. And I'm trying to think. I think he might have been on there. Yeah, okay. You're pretty busy. I see you popping up all over the internet. I can see why you don't have a lot of time. That was a good one. I listened to part of it, but I don't have time to sit. I'm still trying to go through your critique, because I know you mentioned it to me, and I'm like, I want to see what we're talking about here. How does this work? So I'm looking at, I guess it's the newest one you did, and I'm trying to watch it to see exactly what happens on there. Oh, you don't work either. Okay. You're always busy, stuck at home. I may look like I get a lot done, but I don't. And I'm really bad. If I don't feel like doing something, I just don't do it. That's a link to the form to set up an interview. Where did you put it? Because on YouTube, you have to be a moderator to post the link. So if you tried to post the link, it didn't come through. Barrett says they did work pre-pandemic, but with immunocompromised, I needed to stay locked down. Yeah, I know that problem. This whole YouTube thing has been a lifesaver for me. It's changed things for a lot of people. Yeah, he doesn't have a wrench, so the only way he can post a link. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this without blocking somebody, which I did the last time. I blocked Funky. It was so funny. See if you get a blue wrench, and that you'd be able to post a link that way. He should have a wrench now, unless I screwed it up when I did it. And try posting the link if you have the wrench. As someone says, everybody on my stream has a wrench. It's easier that way. Jenna's video on her channel. Jenna doesn't have a video, except for some family video thing she put up there. She doesn't have a channel. Jenna doesn't have a channel. She's not streaming. There's a link. I see it. Okay, great. So everybody, not everybody, but almost everybody has a wrench now. The new people don't. But. So now you have one. If you need to post anything on there, you can. And you're welcome to post anything you need to or have a desire to post. I am fine with that. Yeah, she doesn't. She's not sure whether she wants to or not. We're still talking about it, but she's probably gonna, in September, hopefully, be a guest on mine again she says, I'll stream when I don't work 48 hours a day. 48 hours a day, that's interesting. Thank you. That's sweet. I promise I don't self-promote on streams, but do scoop up new potential guests. Well, you're welcome to post and self-promote. That's not a problem. I don't have a problem with it. No worries at all, Jenna. No pressure. Hi, Megan. How are you? Still packing, girl? Same for you, Tessa. My door is always open for you, too. Thank you so much. I'm still debating. Like I said, I'm looking at that video, trying to see if I see where you read the stories and then critique them. And critiquing's hard for me. I think that'd be even harder than having to read my story out loud, is having somebody critique it. Is having to critique somebody else's. I don't have a problem with someone critiquing mine, What bothers me is if I have to critique somebody else, I never know what to say. And I hate when they look at me and say, okay, your turn. And I'm like, I don't know what to say. Megan says, oh my God, I'm about to get started, but my pile of books is pretty daunting. Well, that's one good thing about getting rid of all my books. I don't need to deal with books. Like I said, my kids flat out refused to move any more books, so I just got rid of them. I don't have a lot of space, so storing them isn't an option either. So it's just as easy to get rid of them. I wasn't that attached to any of them. No worries, Tessa. I just wanted you to know you're welcome if you like. I mean, it's a great honor. And, you know, it is a great honor. I would have to think about it. I would have to figure out something that I feel comfortable enough with people reading out loud and critiquing. I mean, some of my stuff is just thrown together. It's not really edited. So, Gareth says, moving books is the worst. Yep. Jenna said, books and clothes. Gareth says, my husband and I fought only over my books when we moved because so heavy. Well, that's why I said, my kids flat out said after, I don't know how many times they had moved me. And they said, Mom, we are not moving these books again. It must have been like 15 boxes of, hardback books. And they're heavy. And some of them were big. I mean, they weren't all small books either. Small boxes. And they're like, this stuff is too heavy and we're not doing it anymore. So if you keep on buying books, we're not moving them. And I think they meant it. So I decided just to let them go. It wasn't that big a deal to me. Megan says I collect old books, so I'm very attached to most of my books. Well, that's a whole different story. Yeah. I wasn't attached to any of my books. I like to read them, and that's it. One time, done. Don't need them. I did have a collection of Stephen King hardback books, and God, those things were huge. And because a lot of his books are super, super big books. And they were hardbacks, so of course they're even worse. They're heavy, they're big, they're awkward. And, well, somebody took them off my hands because she goes, I love Stephen King, I'll take them. So I got rid of them pretty fast. And clothes, too. I've already worked on trying to cut down on my clothes. My daughter's been over here. You don't need all this many clothes, Mother. What do you need all these clothes for? You can't possibly wear them all. Well, she's right. Some of them are 2 or 3 sizes too small. I still had them. So I finally gave up. I said, well, I guess I'm not going to get any smaller, so I might as well let the small out of, and I'm getting older, so, just my age kind of thing. So we got rid of a lot of stuff. I mean, there must have been 6 big trash bags, big ones, the big one, full of clothing that I had in the house here. And I still have a lot of clothes. And I don't know if I'm moving, I don't know if you've heard, Barrett, but I'm trying to get into assisted living. And I'm not going to have very much room. I'll be lucky to have a room, maybe the size of my living room if I'm lucky, here, which isn't huge. And that has to hold my bed and all my belongings. And there's no, it's not a bunch of closets and stuff like that. So, storage is going to be a problem. She goes, even with all the stuff we got rid of, you have too much stuff. So, I'm a hoarder. And I keep buying the same stuff over and over again. If I can't find it, buy another one. I have 3 staplers and 4 Scotch tape, and I don't know how many boxes of envelopes I have. How many things do I mail? not much in this lifetime. So, yeah. But collecting old books, I can see where that could be definitely harder, because something that you would want to definitely keep. Yeah, so I have to think about it, whether I want to. I'm going to finish watching the video, and I have to think about it and see if there's something that I don't mind people reading and critiquing. I mean, do the people, because I didn't see anybody read their actual, were they actually reading their stuff? It seemed like somebody else was reading things, not the person. Do people send things in but don't attend, or? The one I looked at, Laura Nettles was on. I'm still looking at it. I haven't finished it. I look at it in pieces. And then Laura was in that one. It was pretty new. I think it was probably, what do you do it, once a month? The hosts read for guests who can't appear live. So not everybody appears live. Well, that's nice. At least people that don't have the capability to appear live can still have their work read. Second Thursday of every month. Yeah, that's one of my streaming days. It's usually about 3 to 4 that won't appear live, but one exposure and feedback on their piece. Well, that's cool. I'm getting better at being in front of audiences, so it's not quite as big a deal for me. Um, at one point, I would have found it very hard when I joined the real life group and they wanted us to read. I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I can do this. But I did it. And several of them told me that there was something about the way I read the story, that I put my whole self into it, whereas some people just read. I actually put life into the story. And I'm like, really? I mean, I think I know what they're talking about, and that's just, I don't know, my story. I don't know about other people's stories. We want to create a safe space for authors to share work, meet other channel creators, and also help one another level up. Sounds good. I'll have to, I'll have to see, like I said. If I find the right piece that I wouldn't mind reading. I mean, I have a lot of pieces I wrote that were parts of things. Because what was it, 2,000 words or something like that? To 10 minutes or 10 minutes or something. I know there was a time and word limit on there. Well, I'm glad to hear you're a fan. I always love hearing that, because I went through a long period of time thinking I was a nothing, couldn't write. And I know people kept saying I could, but it's hard sometimes to for me to get past that. 2K words. Okay. It's hard for me to get past that particular problem. And yes, I know I can write. Everybody tells me that. I have a lot of fans on my blog. They constantly tell me they love what I write, but it's hard for me to believe it. I don't know if you've ever felt that way or not. For me, for me, it was really hard to believe that someone actually liked my work. So when somebody tells me that, it makes me feel really good, and I'm glad you're a fan. It makes me feel good. Thank you. I mean, some of the stuff on there is just weird stuff that people that have prompts that I do that have nothing to do with story writing. And then there's the ones, of course, that are story writing. So yeah, there's both. Oh, she popped in before I even realized that. Hi, Maggie. Kiddos and the bees. That's quite a collection. Hmm. How you doing, Maggie? Didn't even get a sprint started. We got to talking. Garrett's critique show is awesome. It was so much fun. Were you on there? He's asked me, and I'm still trying to decide. I'm a little afraid of the whole thing, even though, I post my stories out on my blog for everybody to read. And I have read my stuff out loud to other people. It still makes me nervous. Maggie's come on before. We're hoping the Cokes are back. That's cool. That's probably another reason why I'm going through my old posts looking for something that I might be able to work on and edit it up a little bit. Hi, Laura. How are you? Are you at work or what? Maggie says kids are good, goats are getting fluffy, bees are gathering from my flowers, and there was snow in the high country. I am not ready for winter. Snow. Oh my goodness. Laura says, I bit the bullet and finally bought my first tarot decks. I used to have one, and I might still have one, but I haven't seen it. I don't know whether I should buy another one or not. Okay, you're working from home. Well, that's cool. Maggie says, I will be back. Blah, blah, blah. I hate when my mouth doesn't work. I will be back, Barrett, and I still owe you an interview. Laura says, waiting for renders. Oh, okay. Barrett says, yes, Maggie, please. I can't wait for our interview chat. Sounds cool. Also bought the book Writing for Tarot. Oh, I didn't know they had one, Laura. I mean, I know a lot of writers use them, but I didn't know there was actually a book for that. Tarot from writing, I mean. Barry says, all right, friends, I have an appointment with the therapist in about 10 minutes, and I need to get myself centered and ready. Well, thanks for stopping by, and I will keep your offer in my mind and let you know what I want to do. We love you, too. Thanks for stopping by. Maggie says, be blessed. Say hey to Laura over on Twitch for me. You can say hi to Laura. It's all one stream now. You should be able to see her. You can say hi to Laura. Tarot for writing. Wow, I can't type. Laura says. Maggie says, Laura, I need to get that book. Maggie says, heart. Laura Nettle says, hi, Barrett. See, Barrett, she can see you. You two can. I went to Restream so that my guests can now see each other. You can be on either Twitch or YouTube, and see each other now and have a conversation. Whereas before, I had to put every single message up on the thing so people could keep track of the conversation, which sometimes got really out of hand. So now you guys can follow along. Just the one on the screen has both. So have a great rest of the day, Barrett, and relax and let the therapy work. I'm looking for a therapist. I haven't found one yet because I don't know where I'm going to live. Lars, thanks for reading my story, Barrett. Lars said he's probably gone already. Oh, well. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he's not answering, so he probably is gone already. He said he had a therapy session in 10 minutes, and that was several minutes ago. Maggie says, I need to get tarot for writing. I have a book where the FMC is a tarot enthusiast. I learned about tarot during my religious studies, mysticism class, and am relearning it for this character. Maggie says, I need to read the story. Gibberish is back. Okay. Well, I was getting ready to do a stream, and then Barrett popped on, and we've been talking ever since. So much for that. Lars said, I wrote and submitted a 100-word horror to Black Hair Press. The theme was underwater. Sounds interesting. Maggie says, hello, Jib and Sprint. Greg found a little runner. He puts that up now when he wants to sprint. He puts the little runner up. I said, okay, I get the message. But I got interrupted. I was getting ready to put one on, and then I got a bunch of people on, and so I ended up not doing anything. So I did it as a second-person story of drowning. That must have been interesting. Cool, I hope it works out. All right. This time I'm going to do it. I'm going to set the timer. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, everyone. Pulled from my experiences boogie boarding and getting caught under waivers. Oh, yeah. When I got yanked under by the, undertow and stuff like that, and knocked over by the waves, it was a horrible experience. Waves, okay. It was a horrible experience. So, yeah, you do get an idea of what it might feel like to actually drown. Cool. I hope it works. Hope they pick it. Good luck on that one. All right. Well, I'm going to do a little bit of writing here, I think. Oh, you're welcome, Laura. I wish you luck in all your writing. And you're a great writer, so just getting better all the time. And I love horror, so you write my thing. I don't like to write it, but I like to read it. All right, so I'll see you guys in 23 minutes. I didn't get any writing done. I decided to check my comments on my blog, and I had a huge list of them, and I'm still slowly working my way through them. And like, I always make it something that I do is to answer everybody's comment. Now, the ones that just say like I don't have to do anything with that. There's not even a place to make a comment. But if anybody comments in any way, shape, or form, even if it's just an emoji, you have to comment. And I could be rude and ignore them. But I was brought up that you return. If somebody sends you something, a letter or something, you return. You don't just ignore it. So there are a ton of comments on there, a lot of them good ones, and it's always good to hear good stuff about yourself anyhow. So I ended up going to that. So I didn't get too far, as you can see. Looks like Maggie got 325 words. Great job. I wrote one. So far, I deleted all the ones that are just likes. And then I wrote one comment. So maybe 20 words. If you want to count that. Hey, Funky. How are you? Good afternoon. Glad to see you're on. Thank you. And there's Heather. Hello. She popped in almost the exact same time as you did. It's like boom, boom. And they both, because they jump in the thing when the new one comes in. And it bounces around. So, of course, I guess it's to catch your attention. But sometimes it's like, whoa, stop, jumping around so I can read you. So we just got done a sprint. The first sprint. We spent the first, hour? I started at 12:30. So yeah, we spent almost an hour talking. Just a few people came in. Barrett came in. We were talking about different things. Some of the stuff that Barrett's up to and how he wants Jen to do an interview, and he wants me to do one of my stories on his critique show. So we got that. Funky says, I definitely need some sprints. I need to get lots of writing done. I can understand that. I haven't done anything much in the last few days. I've just kind of let everything go. Everything. Now I got to do these stupid comments because they're getting old, some of them, and I don't like to let things go like that. I like to answer them. But there are a lot of comments on there. I mean, they're great. I'm glad people, like what I'm writing and stuff, but having to answer comments all the time takes some time. So we just finished the first sprint. I've been on since 12:30, and it's almost 2:00. So we finished one sprint in an hour and a half. Not too bad, I guess. Could have been worse, but we were talking, so. And so my weekend. How was my weekend? Friday night, I crashed. I was on Charlie's stream, and I told them ahead of time that I was really, really tired, and I wasn't sure if I was coming, but give me the link. And I stayed up because I was trying to stay up. So I clicked on the link, joined the stream. On an hour in, 6:00, I'm like, I don't think I can do this. And I can hear people calling my names, which mean I was starting to doze off again. I'm like, all right, that's it. So I went to bed at 6 o'clock and then get up till 6 o'clock the next day. 24 hours straight sleep. Sunday, and then I went to bed 9 or so Sunday night and slept till 11 or so the next morning, and then I was up. So most of my weekend was spent sleeping. Terrible. Heather says, I have a lot to do, but I've mostly been parenting lately and going to doctor appointments. Oh man, the doctor appointments. They all seem to happen at the same time too. Can't spread them out over the months. We have to do them all at half the time. They're in the same week. Plus, I have physical therapy twice a week to add to all that. Megan packed up a box and took a shower. Progress. One box, but progress. Yeah, Funky, that's an epic amount of sleep. I mean, obviously I needed it because I was gone. I was out of it. I woke up, went to the bathroom, went back, laid down, and was sound asleep again. I'm like, oh, jeez. So, yeah, I was definitely out of it. Chipper says I need to make a doc appointment. I've got several that I have to go to that are already set up. Funky says, and doctors are expensive. I feel for everyone. That's the one good thing about being poor. I qualify for Medicaid, and between Medicare and Medicaid, they pay my medical expenses. So it's not a big problem now. It used to be a major issue when I had to pay co-pays and stuff, but right now, it's not a big problem anymore. Megan says it was a large tote box, one of the big ones you get at Costco. A large tote box. Oh, you mean like a plastic? I guess you mean like a plastic tote box? A large one. I don't have a Costco, but I'm guessing at what you're talking about. Laura's back. She folded laundry. Almost missed that. Good job. My laundry got done today too, but luckily my aide did that. That was her job. And she changed my bed, so I have a nice clean bed to get into tonight. Always love getting into a clean bed. Nothing like a clean bed. Exactly, Megan says. Okay. I think I know what you mean then. I'm supposed to be packing. Because any day now they could call and say, you've got a place in this new place, and I'm not ready to go anywhere. My daughter, who was all gung-ho, has suddenly stopped. I don't know. It's going to be time for her to go back to work soon, and I don't know when we get the message it's time to move, she's going to be running around like a chicken without her head because I can't do much. She's the one who's got to do all the work. So she would have been smart to keep coming over here and working on getting rid of as much of this junk as we could. But, okay. Funky says, hello, Laura, from across the pond. Laura says, hello, Funky, from the great beyond. And Jenna says, Funky. Everybody's greeting everybody right now. We just finished the sprint. Now everybody is greeting everybody because Funky just arrived and the party is starting. Things always get more lively when Funky's around. Is that a Jenna I see before me? Yes, it is a Jenna. She's at work. Obviously not working at the moment, but she is at work. Heather said I had an ultrasound done on my legs. I have serious issues with the veins in my legs. I should probably edit the video I filmed for the Authortube disability tag as soon as I can. Oh, wow. I've heard they can be problematic. I don't think I have that particular problem. I have enough problems. I don't think I have that one. Megan says, oh, I can't wait to add it to the playlist to Heather. Jenna says, I'm working and listening. Shipper says, oh, I hope your leg's going to be okay. And Funky says, be well to Heather. And I don't know a lot about it, but I have heard that they can be problematic. I don't think mine are giving me problems. I have problems, but I don't think any of them are related to that. Not that I know. I have so many problems, you can't believe it. Whoa. All right, let me see if I can do this. This is pretty big. I don't know if it'll show. Maybe. Is that? No. I don't think that's the whole thing. No. I'll have to read it this way. Here is my story. I submitted to Black Hair Press. Minuscule bubbles embrace your paling face. Oh no, you guys can't read it when it's jumping all over my screen. Minuscule bubbles embrace your paling face after slipping through purpling lips. Lungs burn with the swelling dread of not knowing if the tumultuous current will ever release you. The floor is up, the cresting wave down, your mind inside out. A slithering vine of kelp wraps around your flailing ankle, anchoring you to your grave. You never meant to die here. Your hands scramble for the slimy tendril, numb fingers slipping as your head dashes against the rocky ocean floor. Rivulets of red mixing in the stinging torrential brine. Oh, yeah. Large bubbles stream from slack jaw, now lungs burned with salt. Wow. That's quite a story. You can almost feel it in the terror. I know what it's like to be like that. Heather says, thanks, Funky. Laura says, my story should not be contained. Jenna says, I'm that awesome. Laura's story is amazing, Maggie says. Yes, it is. All of her stories are usually pretty amazing. My legs don't hurt like they used to, but I had to go without my usual compression socks this morning. Ugh. Yeah, they keep asking me. They want me to wear compression stockings because my legs are swollen, and I can't get it, even with the water pill, I can't get it down. And now putting socks on digs steeply into my legs, but I could never get compression stockings on and off. So it's not like I have somebody here to do it for me all the time. Funky says, I like hearing Laura read her passages aloud when she streams. Yeah. Megan says, another good one, Laura. Heather says, same, Funky. Jenna says, I want to write like Laura when I grow up. Laura says, and Jenna, ha ha ha. Funky says, same. Funky says, Laura's dramatic voice. Romance is a little boring. Sometimes it's in the reading. If somebody can read it well, can change the vibe of your story. That's why I'm kind of wondering if I go on Barrett's thing and I read my thing, will I be able to put in that feeling that they say I'm able to do? Will I be able to do it is a whole nother story in front of a not knowing a lot of people are going to be watching. Maggie says my aunt was told to keep her feet elevated unless she was walking because she was allergic to the elastic the compression socks are made from. Well, I have compression socks, but even they're too tight. Like the tops of them cut into my legs. My legs are so swollen. It's terrible. I don't know what exactly they plan on doing. They keep, taking water pills. This sucks because I'm in the bathroom all the time. And if I have to leave the house, it's a pain when you're out. And all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, I gotta go now. Funky says that's why you gotta add zombies, Jenna. Always add zombies. There you go. A romance story with zombies. Laura says Cam Wolf reads my microfiction with dramatic music and a voice changer on his streams. So fun. Cool. Somehow, amidst the moans of the undead, they created their own. Yeah, they keep telling me to elevate my feet. I'm like, how am I supposed to elevate my feet? I'm sitting on a computer. They're not elevated, obviously. And I'm in bed, I'm lying flat, and I can't lay flat, so I can't put my legs up high and lay flat because then I can't breathe. Because I have breathing problems. So I can't put my legs up when I'm sleeping. So I don't know when they expect me to put my legs up. What happened here? Jeez, Maggie, that's too bad. What happened to Maggie? Did I miss something? My aunt was told to keep her feet elevated. She was walking because she was allergic to the elastic compression socks. Oh, okay. Yeah, all I know is they're almost impossible to get on, and you need help. And my aid isn't here enough to help me get them on and off, even if I wanted to wear them. Maggot says I enjoy Cam Wolf's streams. I've never seen you at one before, Laura. We must keep missing each other. Jenna says I can't write romance at the moment, so maybe I should try something new. Fresh start. You know what, Jenna? It might be what you need. I hadn't thought about that, but you know what? It just might be something. If there's something else you're interested in, give it a go. Who cares? If you go back to your romance later, give it a go. You may find there's something else you're interested in. Funky says, Solara, what? Innocent face. Funky says to Jenna, got any burning ideas? Heather says, I want to get one of those under-desk stationary bikes. I just saw that on somebody's stream. I don't forget whose stream it was. But they had the walking, the not a stationary bike. It was a treadmill. It was under their desk. And then they had their desk set up with the raising, up and down. So if they wanted to walk, and I don't know how you walk and really type very well, but that one was a treadmill. I never thought about a bike, but that's interesting too. Megan says, me too. Then at least I would get some exercise during the day. Yeah. It was a nice setup. I wish I remembered whose video I saw that on. They showed their office and they showed the treadmill under the desk, the, desk that raises up and down. I don't know if I would want to do, I can't do it that long anyhow, so I don't know how much use I get out of something like that. It'd be a little hard because I can't walk very long. It's easier to pedal than walk, I think, anyhow, from my experience. Walking's really hard for me. At least with the bike, you can sit down and pedal while you're riding. Hmm. I used to have one of those tiny, little tiny ones you could put underneath and just pedal. Put under put it under your desk or something. But I'm sure they're getting much fancier nowadays. Jenna, you haven't answered. Do you have any ideas on something else to write? We can always try horror. Maybe Laura could help you. She's really great at that. I already gave her a golden one. Yeah, but it still has romance in it. She's trying to get away from romance. Romance and zombies is one thing, but she wants to get away from romance. She does not. She needs some ideas. What do you usually read when you're just reading for the heck of it? Is there something that you're really interested in? But I should go a little edgier at least. A little edgier. I'm reading Unsettled, and that's a little edgy right where I'm at. I'm like, I stopped writing stuff like that, and mine was a lot edgier though. But I was a little amazed. I gather your regular romance isn't like that. Funky says, Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies has been done, so go another route. Megan says, a fantasy novel set in Paris. I hate fantasy. Definitely not my thing. Laura says, there is an anthology looking for stories right now. Creature horror short stories for 8 to 10-year-olds. Maybe we could both try, to Jenna. Jenna says I should write dark romance. Dark romance. Yeah. How about paranormal romance? That's always fun. If I could write a book like that again. Maggie says I need to finish my fungal zombies versus cats story. Oh wow. Sounds interesting. I don't know. It just seems to me that zombies have been done to death. How much more zombie stories do we need in this world? Then again, I'm not a zombie person, so don't take my opinion. So I'm not interested in zombies. Maggie says I'm tempted to write a fantasy after I finish my novel. I have incomplete thoughts roaming around my head. I hate when that happens. And if I don't write them down, the good things disappear, and that's the worst part. Maggie says, how I became a crazy cat lady to survive the zompocalypse. Funky says, nice, Maggie. Maggie said it would be a literary fiction fantasy mashup. Interesting. Laura said a romance between praying mantises. Oh, wow. Maggie says, oh, the Pharaoh's famous fungus killed us all. Laura says, ends with eating brains. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's funny. I never got into the zombie thing either. Not that I haven't seen zombie movies, Believe me, I have seen zombie movies. They just don't interest me. Maggie says I haven't settled on the title. uh, I like paranormal romance. So it's not just romance, it's got a little bit more to it. And then there's a lot of romance written, like Nora Roberts writes a lot of romance, but there's other story in there. It's not just a romance story. And I like that, and there's other stuff in it besides. Laura says hiss and fungus. Wow. Megan says I'll never get over seeing a praying mantis eat a hummingbird's brain. Oh. Hmm. Megan says it sounds like something Laura should write. Yeah, it does. Mm. Oh no, Megan, Laura says. Maybe. Yeah, that is pretty awful. Praying mantis eat a hummingbird's brains. That would be pretty disgusting. So, are we ready to um, sprint again or what? Punky says the natural world has some insanely horrific stuff. Yeah, it does. And we all know that, they have to, in the animal kingdom, they have to, eat each other in order to keep the balance of people, animals equal, blah, blah, blah. But it's still terrible. All right, I got a sprint. Punky says, especially among insects. Yeah. Heather says, Megan, that's kind of what I'm writing. It's fantasy, but it's a bit more literary and character based. All right, we'll start a sprint. Megan says, nice to Heather. We'll start a sprint and see what I can get through these comments so I can start writing. Because I got a few ideas, but it's like I want to get through these comments. So I'm going to start the timer. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Funky says, like the parasitic fungi turning ants into zombies. Oh, jeez. I have enough problems with ants in my apartment. I don't want to have zombie ants. Okay. 25 minutes, guys. Let's see what we can get done. And we'll see you back here. All right. I got rid of all the comments, commented on the ones I had to, and wrote one post. At the start, it's the weekly smile. What do you have to write about? Some weeks I can't find anything to smile about. One week I went through this whole list of things. I said, I don't even know what to put up here. I mean, I can't find anything to smile about. But lately I've been able to. I mean, I have an aide now who comes and joins me, takes care of me, and she's here except for her day at the doctor's, which is fine. I get her 4 days a week. I'm fine with that. And she's good, so I'm happy. She seems to be happy, so everything's going well there. Okay, Maggie is talking about a story. The backstory is they open a tomb and all the food and bodies are perfectly preserved. The fungus seems harmless, and so it becomes a widely used food preservative, which is great. Food that never spoils. However, in all caps, you can only imagine. Laura wants to know who joined her on Twitch. Laura, it's probably just me because I have it open and I believe it counts me as a viewer. As I know YouTube does the same thing. So it's probably just me. No one else has said anything that I know of. Yay, Fernade is right, Laura. Believe me, it has been horrible these last months. Trying to get anybody to come out more than once a week and then only do very little. My house is a mess and everything. So it's nice having somebody and someone who does not complain nonstop about what they have to do. She doesn't have that much to do. She's got 4 hours and she can get things done. She can take breaks in between. It's not that difficult. Most people make it out to be a big thing, but it's not really. So yeah, I'm glad that I got finally an aide. Yeah, Funky says I love the however. Yeah, I like that too. Just enough to catch your interest. Okay. So Funky says got 2 stinking paragraphs edited and got stuck on the last sentence of paragraph 2. Oh no. I haven't started the edits on the memoir. I don't know whether to just take that memoir and leave it alone. Should I do the edits? Should I write the real memoir? Because that's not really I talked it over with Melanie, and I'm like, it's really not. If I think about it, it's more fairy tale than a memoir. I like to think everything was all happy and, perfect and great, and it really wasn't. But I don't know if I want to put that up on there for people to read. So, there were 3 of us for a little bit. Oh, okay. That I don't know. They don't tell us anything either, as far as I know, about who's on there. At least not what I'm running. I don't know if any of the OBS can show you who you have actually on there or not, but Funky says, time for coffee. Maggie got 361 words. Good job. And coffee. Good job. I don't drink it, but I know some people live on this stuff. So I have a few more prompts to go through and figure out what I want to write. Laura's petting a puppy. Aww. And I bet that puppy's loving it. They say it cuts your blood pressure, having a pet. I had a pain cat that was a pain. It didn't like me. It only liked me long enough if I fed her. Surely didn't want nothing else to do with me. Not exactly the best pet in the world. Heather says I decided to do some research for the panels I am on at my con next month. Just posted in an editors group asking for their feedback on the subject of one of the panels. Get ready for this one. How to argue with an editor. You have to present something on how to argue with an editor? I can't imagine. I wouldn't even want to have to argue with an editor. Because typically, I would think the editor wins. Editor trumps everything. Good luck with that one. Yeah, unless somebody came in that I missed, I didn't see anybody else from Twitch. It only says 2 when I went and looked, and that'd be Laura and I. So, I'm not sure. Wait, when to argue with your editor? My bad. That's a little different. That's a little bit different. When to argue with your editor. Might even be a little bit easier. Not that I've ever had an editor to argue with, so I don't know. I don't know how easy or hard or when you should or shouldn't. You would hate to argue with someone who then turned around and turned down your book. Mara says, excited for all my packages to get here. 2 books already came today. Cool. I'm supposed to have a package. I have not seen or heard of it yet. I have all the supplies for my BiPAP machine, supposedly sent out at the beginning of last week, and they're not here yet. Heather says, because you can argue with your editor, of course. Maggie says, I am out for a while. Have a blessed day. Same to you, Maggie. Thanks for stopping by. Heather says, and stand up for your story. Mara says, bye, Maggie. Heather says, bye, Maggie. Mara says, just snarf down a hot dog for lunch. Oh, man, I would love to have a hot dog. But they're not coming till tomorrow. I ordered groceries, but I couldn't get them today. They said it's too soon for some of the items on my list. I don't know what was the big problem. But I had to wait till Tuesday. So Tuesday from 11 to 1 is my delivery time. And I put hot dogs and rolls in there. I've been wanting a hot dog for a while now. I have a piece of Spam in there right now for dinner, unless I order a pizza. I haven't figured out yet whether I'm going to order a pizza or eat the Spam. I'm like, torn between the whole thing. Should I order a pizza or should I just eat the Spam? It's a nice thick piece of Spam and you make it like a burger. I like them. I don't put anything on them though. I just eat the Spam on the roll. But I like Spam. So I do have that sitting in the refrigerator, and I could have that for dinner, or I could order the pizza that I've been sitting here thinking about. It's still early in the afternoon, so I have plenty of time to figure that out. So, but a hot dog sounds really great. But I don't have them yet. Ugh. I went and I made my shopping list yesterday, and I put all the stuff on there. Then I pulled up the shopping cart. It's all separated by, groupings now. And I look at the shopping cart and I'm like, okay, you don't need that, you don't need that, you don't need that, you don't need that, you definitely don't need that. I'm like, so I ended up cutting it down because it ended up with delivery fee I think it's under $90 with delivery fee. Delivery fee is only $12. And that's for them to shop, pack it up, and deliver it to my door. I can't complain for that. And I can't do that anymore. So for me, it's great. Sometimes they don't have everything and I have to substitute things. But most of the time, I get everything. Funky's got coffee now. Good job. Large, just ate a hot dog. Now I want a hot dog. And of course, I don't have them. They won't be until tomorrow. They better not be on the list of things to be, a new item supplied. Because I really want a hot dog. I haven't had any. We were talking about hot dogs, I think, last week, too. Like, I want a hot dog. Have an ice cream stand across the street. I mean, that's really handy. They're expensive, too. They didn't even open last year because of COVID. And the year before, I was over there every single night. So it was good that they weren't there, because eating there every night, getting some kind of expensive dessert, wasn't good for me, and it was not good for my pocketbook. They're very expensive. Though this pizza place, obviously, according to my daughter, is very expensive too. I said, well, at least her food's good. I mean, I've gotten some, and they deliver to my door. And I've gotten a lot of them that won't come to my door. Still, like, they took that restriction off. You could come to my door now. Punky says, I have a sweet tooth I have to watch. My sweet tooth doesn't care. When it wants something, it wants it. The heck with everything else. I haven't had any snacks in my house for, I don't know, a week or more now. So, I haven't had much in the way of treats. So, oh, I'm like looking at it, so what's the difference? Oh, you left out a word. I automatically put it in there, so when I'm reading, a lot of times I won't notice the mistakes. I'll just automatically read it, it's like, yeah, my sweet tooth is terrible. That's why I keep them out of the house. As long as they are not here, I can ignore them. I can't. If I want something bad enough, right now I can't, because honestly, walking and driving hurts. It's not worth snack. But before, I would go out, even in the middle of the night, and buy something if I didn't have what I wanted in the house. And I don't know how many nights I snuck out in the middle of the night, wondering if my dad heard me leave. And then my son started, when he moved in, he started doing the same thing. Funky says that's why I keep them out of the house. Okay, I can warn them. If they're in the house, I have no willpower. Yeah. It definitely is a lot harder to ignore something that's in the house. But like I said, I have been known, and if it wasn't for my darn foot right now, I'd probably do that. Many a night I've wanted something really bad. And it's like, the store's not that far away. They're open 24 hours, and I could get what I want. That's funny. But I don't have any willpower. And considering my diet restrictions, I should have willpower, but I don't. I just give myself more insulin. As long as I have enough insulin to last to the next time, I haven't run out of insulin yet. I know that's not the idea, and he tells me that often enough. Just because we gave you 25 units of insulin for your meal does not mean you're supposed to eat 25 insulin, units of whatever to need 25 units of insulin. He tells me that all the time. And I just like, I'm doing I'm doing what I can. What do you want from me? I was just looking at my mail. I got a thing from the mailbox that lets me see what's in my mailbox, and so I decide whether to go down. I have to go down because there's something from the aging department, and it's from the state, and I have to go make sure what that is, and it's not something I have to deal with like right now. Plus, there's something from my diabetic doctor probably about their new program that they're opening up. So probably the same thing. Yeah, whatever baby steps you can take to get healthier are good. I'm not sure that I'm doing all that good on the baby steps. I'm really bad. Like, okay, I just add more insulin. What does it matter? Heather says it's also hard when you're a parent and are married because others want treats. There's that problem too. I don't have that problem either. There's nobody else who cares. My kids are always yelling at me though. Why do you have this stuff? You know you're not supposed to be eating it. I give them one of those looks, like, mind your own business. Yes, I know better. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it. And I already know I have no self-control. I will get up in the middle of the night and drive to the store. The only thing stopping me right now is my foot. Or I'd get up and do what I normally do. Go get something to eat. Well, are we ready for another sprint? Funky, you're so sweet. But we want you around forever. Wow. You guys are so cool. And so sweet. Unfortunately, in this world, nobody lives forever. So, as much as I would like to stay around forever, it probably won't happen. Unless I become a zombie. Coffee injected. Maybe I will do better this sprint, Funky says. Okay, let's give it a try. I have to figure out what I want to do on this sprint. Zombies. I don't think zombies die, do they? I mean, I guess there must be some way. I don't know enough about zombies to tell you whether zombies die or don't die. Like I said, I'm not a zombie fan, so I'm not really sure. Brains, yes, brains. I give my hubby looks when he comes home with things the kids shouldn't have. Uh-oh. That can be problematic. I can only blame myself when I bring home things I'm not supposed to have. I can't blame anybody else. All right, let me set another timer. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Laura says, I just ordered things kids shouldn't have. Cookies, soda, chips. Sounds good to me. I'm waiting for my order. Well, I didn't order cookies, though. I ordered chips, popcorn, cheese curls, ice cream, which they usually tell me they're out of. I'm not sure how much I believe that one, but since I'm not in the store to argue the point, I think it's probably. I didn't order soda, though. But no cookies this time. I wasn't thinking about it. Oh well. Okay. So I will see you back here in 23 minutes. Okay. Got one post done. I had a fight with WordPress. I had to open a new blog window to see anything. It just absolutely. I'm so tired of WordPress. Obviously, other people are having problems. It's not just me. Hi, BC Brown. Hey, you're writing mirrors, bouncing between streams today and lurking mostly. Hope everyone is getting a lot of work done on your writing. And Allie Alexis Spriggs is also here. My laptop is finally charged. Oh, wait a minute. Can't see. Oops, sorry. Darn it, I was watching that and then I got sidetracked. I didn't see Allie and BC come in. I said, did someone say they look like diamonds? Not exactly sure. Are listening to Halloween lo-fi music. Heather's kid is on a special diet. That can be a problem. With kids, it's even harder to make them understand. And so Allie says, my laptop is finally charged. My bad bunnies ate my laptop charger. Oh gosh. BC says, hey, you're writing weirdos bouncing between streams today and lurking mostly. Hope everyone is getting a lot of work done on your writing. Well, Laura, that could be the other Twitch person you kept saying you saw, but we couldn't figure out who it was. It might have been BC. Heather says, Funky, can you please advise me on using Restream as well? But I don't have a logo yet. Someone is going to be helping me with that soon. BC said, I dropped WordPress a long time ago because of issues with them. I didn't have issues for the longest time, and now it's just nonstop issues. And I hate the other one, Blogger. I hate that. I don't want anything to do with that. There's not a lot of blogging things out there, and I'm not getting a website to get a blog that way. So I have to struggle through with it, unfortunately. Heather says hi to BC. Well, hey, BC, she says. So Heather said I was dealing with responses in the editors group and charting various devices. Yeah, I don't know what else to do besides WordPress. I'm kind of stuck. I don't like Blogger. And like I said, I don't want a website, have to pay for a website in order to get a blog that way. And I've been with these people for 10 years. But this last year has been nonstop. Problem after problem after problem. So I don't know what to do. And Heather has asked Funky to help advise on using Restream. It's not as difficult. I mean, I thought it was a lot more difficult. But it's basically like using StreamYard. However, it is more expensive. It definitely is more expensive. So unless you don't want to do anything and use just the free, because just to take off the logo alone is $19. And that's all you get to do is take the logo off. It's $50 for their next package. Unless you're lucky and can find somebody and deal with them like I did and talk them into giving you everything for the same price as StreamYard. I do that backwards every time. StreamYard, you're going to be paying a lot of money. But I told them Flat out. I want my $19 back. I can't believe that all you're giving me for $19 is to take Restream off the thing. I can't do any of the things that they had available. You have to pay for that program. And so he's like, well, what can I do? I said, give me all this stuff for the same amount I paid StreamYard, and I'll stay with you, which he gave it to me. I can't guarantee they all do that, but I would try it, because otherwise you're going to be paying a lot of money for monthly monthly charges. Or you go free and you don't put anything on there, and you leave the Restream up there. So, just a warning. This is what I found out from myself. And I can't guarantee all the guys are like that. Funky says, okay, that round went better. Well, that's good. Glad to hear it. Heather has a question for you. You may not have seen it yet. Just to let you know. Funky says, I knew it would summon Al. You know, I haven't seen Allie in a long time. And I just saw something earlier with your name on it. And I'm like, you know, it reminds me, I haven't seen her in a while. And then boom, there you are. I did explain to her about the costs, and that unless she can talk the person down, she's going to be paying a lot of money. She won't be able to put a up like I have something up. She won't be able to do that. She won't be able to. For $19, all you can do is take Restream off of there, and that's the smallest package. And to be able to use overlays, backgrounds, etc., it's $50 a month. So you have to play it. I mean, I don't know whether, you can do it, but I traded with the guy and told him, I said, you want my business, this is what you got to do. And he agreed, so I'm not going to argue. Because if you're going to do dual, you definitely want to have the screen so you can see both on the same screen. And everybody can see each other. So it is something that is definitely it's not worth what they're asking for. But, if you can talk them down from $50 a month, oh my gosh. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? And that's all I couldn't believe it when he said what I got for $19. So I wanted my money back. He goes, why? And I told him why. BC says, yes, if dual streaming, you do want to have the overlays chat to see both. Exactly. They did. Most companies will negotiate the costs. They did. I only talked with one guy, so like I said, I can't speak for their whole company, but I know he did. And he said, what will it take? And so I decided to go all the way. I said, give me all of that so I could have overlays, backgrounds, the whole thing. I want all of it for what I pay StreamYard. And he's like, okay. So I signed up. However, affiliated on Twitch. Twitch frowns on dual streaming. That is why I do different streams each week. Yes. And I'm almost that affiliate, but I don't plan on being an affiliate. So I'm hoping there's not going to be an issue because I don't intend to be an affiliate. I'm not monetizing. So I'm hoping this is not going to be an issue for them because I want to just continue the way I'm doing it. I'm not monetizing. BC says, I use Streamlabs, OBS for Twitch, and free StreamYards for YouTube for now. Yeah, I got confused with the Streamlabs OBS. I'm like, oh my God, I don't understand. And then it seemed like every time I turned around, they were asking for more money. I'm like, I don't have any money. And, I'm squeaking out $25 a month for StreamYard. I said, that's the most I'm going to pay this other company, which they agreed to. So, BC says, that's cool, Tessa. I only want to monetize so I can do fun emotes and stuff. I'm not into all that. So for me, it's not important. And I'm not monetizing because I can't mess with my income. I'm on a very, very low income level. And if I mess with it, I could lose some of my benefits. So I'm not messing with anything. So Streamlined OBS is free. I made my own overlays, so didn't need to pay anything. Yeah, I got confused when I was trying to go through the Streamlabs OBS, and I'm like, oh my God. And then it's like, well, you for so much dollars, you can do this. And I'm like, forget it. Not doing it. And when I realized, and when I found out, because I didn't know at the time that I could still use my StreamYard, I thought I had to switch to OBS or some sort, or the Twitch, the Twitch one that they have out there. And they're like, no, you can still use StreamYard. I'm like, oh, great. So I stayed on StreamYard, and then Funky told me about this, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. It seems complicated. It's really not as complicated as I thought. So really, there isn't a big problem. This is almost like StreamYard is, but I love being able to see both Twitch and YouTube, and they can see each other, so you guys can talk. And that was the one big concern. Of course, StreamYard doesn't have that. And I told StreamYard when they said, well, why did you leave? I told him. I said, this is why. And he says, I don't understand. You can see both of them when you look at the screen. I said, I'm not talking about me. I know I can see them. I'm talking about the people in the chat being able to see each other, whether they're on Twitch or YouTube. He goes, really? I said, yeah, really. He says, oh, thanks. I'll bring that up at the next meeting. You do that. BC says, yes, there is a little bit of a learning curve with Streamlabs OBS. Yeah, it was too much for me. I'm not really wanting to learn a lot. Thanks to the link, Funky, Heather says. Funky says OBS Studio is open source, so no one can charge for it. It was all the additional stuff that they wanted money for. But yeah, it's more complicated. It's more than I wanted to do. I just wanted something simple. And this is so much like StreamYard. I feel comfortable here. I like being able to see both Twitch and YouTube, and then being able to see each other. Because I got tired of trying to keep up with the chat and keep putting it up so both sides could see it. I said, this is ridiculous. So when Funky suggested this, at first I said, no, it's too much. And then I tried it out, and I thought, and he's been a big help. He's been a great help. So I don't know the difference between all those. I know they have a whole bunch of stuff available to use, and I know Streamlabs was in the one I used that I pulled up and tried to go through. It had Streamlabs OBS on it. The other one, OBS Studio, I remember seeing, but I didn't bother going into it because I had too much inflow with the Streamlabs OBS. I didn't even bother going into it. 2 different products, and OBS Studio is free. Okay, so now that's what I thought. Streamlabs costs money, and that's where I was. BC says, to each streamer their own. Being comfortable with how our stream works makes our streams better. Yeah, exactly. And I'm happy now. And it does what I wanted to do. And the guy was nice enough to let me talk him into giving it to me for the same amount. And Genesis. Okay, I'm on lunch now. What have I missed? BC says, yes, there is a difference between Streamlabs OBS and OBS Studio. Streamlabs OBS is free to download and use too, but people think they have to have the Streamlabs design stuff, but they don't. I use it totally free. I think that's where they lost me, is they started just hitting me with, suggestion after suggestion of things that I could do. And I just backed out. When I found out I could still use StreamYard, that's fine. That's fine. Works for me. Heather says, how easy is it to move, re-download OBS to another laptop at Funky or BC? Funky says to Jenna, writes romance. One sprint. You've gone through 2 sprints that I know of. What do you mean, 1 sprint? BC says it's easy to download it to another laptop, Heather. Yeah, like I said, it was too much for me. I want to keep it simple. Funky says to Heather, pretty easy. You just have to move over any overlays or whatever. BC says, what I like about Streamlabs OBS or OBS Studio is that I can put live captioning on my streams, where StreamYard doesn't offer that feature at all. I'm not sure what live captioning is. That's a little bit beyond me right now. No good, BC and Funky. It might make sense for me. BC says closed captioning of what I'm saying on camera. Oh, you mean as you're talking, it's putting your words on the screen? Well, that's cool. I'm not sure I want to go through all that for that, but it does sound like a cool idea. Okay, your words on the screen as you talk. That does sound like a great idea. I'm happy right now with the way things are. And I still don't know if I'll be able to stream once I end up moving, so I don't want to get too fancy at this point. Only to have to find out I can't do it anymore, so I'll just leave things alone. BC says, since I'm deaf, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. It's important to me to make sure I accommodate those who can't afford to pay for their own closed captioning like I pay for each month on my computers. Well, see, that's something I didn't know. As someone who's not, of course, staff, I wouldn't necessarily have any info on that. It's not something they make well known to everybody. Funky says to Heather, takes some getting used to. I'd watch some YouTube videos to get acquainted. BC says no, it isn't well known. Yeah, I had no idea that option was even available. And not being in that position, of course, I don't necessarily have a reason to know that. Now I know it. Which I never thought, it never dawned on me that you couldn't necessarily hear what I'm saying. Yeah, Funky's right. Thanks for sharing that. At least a few of us have a little bit more knowledge about it for the future. I know YouTube has like closed captioning on there for when you're watching a video and stuff that you can put on, because I accidentally turned it on and I'm like, why is this thing in the middle of my screen? Because I can't see anything, and I had no idea I turned it on. So I know they do have that capability on YouTube for people watching videos and stuff, but it never dawned on me about this kind of a thing. Heather says I downloaded it a couple of months ago. I think I've watched a video or two in the past. I'll just have to do the research and possibly get some help with the overlays. Punky says it's much appreciated. Sometimes we get caught up in our own little world. And that is a lot of it. It's not, necessarily on purpose on our parts. It's just that we're in our own little worlds, and unless it affects us, we don't always know. I mean, I've never heard anybody say anything about that. It just never crossed my mind. Jenna's back, by the way. She's at lunch. uh, yeah, Funky gets right to it. What's for lunch? We were talking about food earlier. Funky says, I'm hoping SpaghettiOs. I haven't had SpaghettiOs in a long time. Turkey and ham wrap, courtesy of a coworker. Oh, I'm not a big wrap eater. I don't. But in the hospital, I've been stuck many a time because that's what they usually give you if you ask for something to eat and you're in the hospital, ER or something, and they allow you to eat, of course. They'll bring you a turkey wrap. I'm like, oh well, better than nothing. Not my favorite thing in the world, but better than nothing. I'm hungry. If it were up to just me, a blueberry muffin. It was such a Monday today. So is Monday blueberry muffin day? Ah, she even had hot coffee. Funky there. Funky had coffee earlier too, I believe. He had to rush off and make some. Uh, Funky says, Jenna, one of us. One of us. One of us. What? Hey, I managed to finish the post. It took a while, and I had to copy it over into another screen, but I did finish the dumb thing. I was so annoyed. And it had double the caffeine. Double the caffeine? How'd you manage that one? Stupid little bugs. Better not be in my soda. Oh, you gotta chant it. One of us. One of us. Now Heather wants more coffee. I don't drink the stuff. I really couldn't care less if it disappeared off the face of the earth. I really miss my cold brew too, to be honest. I just changed it around. Like I said, half the time. You take that back. That's boy. Did you shout that loud enough? Could you possibly make that any louder? All right. All right. You can have your coffee. Just don't expect me to drink it. I'm sorry. I worked in a coffee shop, and I hated to have to smell coffee and serve coffee to people all day long. I'm like, the one thing I hate when out of this world, and I'm serving it to customers. Heather says, wait, does OBS work well in iOS? Funky says, fair. Good question. I have a PC. Microsoft. Because I have been thinking of using my iPad to stream. Yeah, I don't have one of those. The only iOS I have is my iPhone. And I don't know how much longer I'm having that because I can't afford it when I go into the assisted living, and I don't know what I'm going to do about a phone. Hi, Texas Mystery. Good afternoon to you. How you doing? We're talking about coffee. And iPads. I believe StreamYard and Restream have iPad apps as well. I am well. I just finished up my stream. Oh, good. Hope it went well. This is kind of a pop-up. I wasn't planning on doing it. But I needed to write, and I wasn't sleepy, so I figured I'll set up a stream. It did. Good. Glad to hear it. BC says the iPad may not be powerful enough to run OBS Studio or Streamlabs. I'm not sure, though. She brings up a good point. The StreamYard and Restream may be able to, but yeah. The iPad may not work well with the other. Yeah, I'll wait for. I have these little fruit fly things, and they're driving me crazy. They keep flying in my nose. Streamlabs has its own iPad app, Funky says. Heather says, the thing is, I'm not sure if the issue I'm having with both StreamYard and Restream losing connection with my camera. Yeah, I know you're still having that problem. Because it could be the camera on the computer you're using, which may go away if you use the iPad, but if it's not strong enough to use Funky says, but I haven't used any of them. BC says, camera shouldn't cause the stream to have issues, but it will cause the issues with visual. I remember I was on a few times on her stream, and she kept losing her camera. Had to keep turning it off. Her voice was okay, but her camera wasn't working. Texas Mystery says, I recommended you on my Discord service. To who? I'm sorry. Who did you recommend? Funky says to Heather, you could give it a whirl and test it out for us. Heather says, that's what I'm thinking. Jenna says, yep, eating and listening. Heather says, laugh out loud to Funky's eye. Texas Mystery says, I recommended your stream to my Discord community. Oh, my stream? Well, thank you. That was very nice of you. I don't have a Discord. I can't even barely use Discord. I can imagine me trying to have a Discord. I have enough trouble with this. But thank you. Thank you so much. We've been doing a lot of talking today. We've done about 3 streams, and we've done a lot of talking. 3 sprints, not streams. I get those words mixed up all the time. Texas Mystery says, yes, I support fellow authors, and I hope it'll get you to affiliate. I'm almost there. Although I'm not planning on monetizing, so I'm not sure how that works, whether that's going to cause a problem or not. But thank you anyhow. It's nice. Jenna says, well, I had to buy coffee, so why not get a muffin too? Blueberry, of course. I like banana without the nuts. I like banana muffins, and I like apple muffins. Or coffee crumb cake type muffins. Not big on blueberry muffins. BC says, nice to meet you at Texas Mystery. I believe they were part of one of the raids on my channel, if I'm not mistaken. I am following you. I got notification earlier, but I didn't get over there because I ended up starting to stream my own. All right, BC. In and out due to work calls. Nice to see you again. Hope to see you soon. BC says, I love raids because I get to meet so many new writers. I got raided by Kate Kavanaugh the other day, and I got bombarded with people, and I'm just like, I didn't know what to do. There were so many people in here. That's why I'm so close to affiliate, because of Kate raided me the other day. The only thing I'm missing is I have to have, at least 3 people minimum at all times. And it sometimes drops below 3, so I haven't hit it yet, but I'm close. Yes, a Kate raid is overwhelming. Believe me. Oh, wow. I had no idea what was going on. There were people everywhere. I'm trying to keep up with everybody, and it's like, oh my gosh. That was wild. So yeah, I'm real close to affiliate. I just don't know what to do about it because I'm not planning on monetizing it. So Jenna says, I'm not sure. I ended up with blueberry. That's my fave. Jenna says they're pretty good. Chocolate chip. I've had chocolate chip. I love apple. Excuse me. And banana if it doesn't have nuts in it. Banana muffins with nuts. I don't like nuts in my food. Excuse me. I apologize for the soda is making me burp. They're pretty good. Funky says, although a little chocolate chip one that tastes like a chocolate chip cookie is pretty awesome too. Yeah. Yeah, I like chocolate chip ones too. Orange and cranberry? Not a cranberry person, but I'm not even sure I'd want orange in my muffin, to tell you the truth. Chocolate. Oh, man. There you go. Chocolate. That's perfect. I put in my food order that I want this banana split ice cream. Now, whether they give me we don't have it, you choose something else, or they'll have, I hope they have it because I like banana split ice cream. But I'm wondering if it has nuts in it because a lot of banana splits do, and I don't like nuts. I'd pick a donut over coffee given the choice. And BC likes orange and cranberry muffins. Funky says, careful, Tessa. It's going to leave the stream and go get chocolate. Don't tempt me. There's an ice cream stand outside my door that has all kinds of chocolate stuff. So don't tempt me. I just might walk down not the stairs, but go down the elevator and walk across the parking lot to that one. Chocolate. Oh gosh, chocolate. I don't think I have anything. Oh yeah, I have chocolate milk. It's about the closest I got to chocolate in here right now. Jenna says, over muffins. I mean, my brain is mush. Oh, you would prefer donuts to muffins. I got you. Heather says, well, I think I'm going to go swing by Glory's channel before I leave. Thanks for the ideas about streaming. Anytime, Heather. Nice to see you again. BC says, Tessa, your laugh reminds me of my grandma. She passed several years ago, and it makes me smile to hear you laugh. Oh, thank you. That's nice. The guy that runs the shop made a point of telling me the donut shop he ordered from closed. Yeah, I guess they know me. He says, can't do donuts. Used to fry them and really can't stomach them. I worked in a donut shop and I had a problem with that, and I was pregnant at the time, and they kept telling me, you got to eat all the stuff, and great, donuts are perfect work, because they wanted a lot of calories. I said, I really don't want donuts right now. It makes me sick just to walk into the donut shop. It's like, you need to do donuts. I'm like, no, I don't think so. Funky says to Heather, I'll help where I can. See you later. Heather loves cranberries. Janice says, bye, Heather. BC says, bye, Heather. Heather says, thanks to Funky. See everyone later. Bye, Heather. See you later. Yeah, I used to walk into the shop and I was pregnant, and I'm like, oh my God, it smelled. It was the smell. I mean, the smell, when you're pregnant, you get really hypersensitive, and oh my God, the donuts, the smell of the donuts, especially the yeast donuts, was making me sick. BC says, yeah, all I can think about when I see donuts is the smell of the burning oil. I used to have to lean over to keep the donuts from getting squished in the flippers, etc. Oh gosh. Jenna says you go, Tessa. Where do you want me to go, Jen? Hmm. I don't know if you have them where you are. We have. It's called Dunkin' Donuts, and I worked there for 2 years while I was pregnant. When I wasn't pregnant for 2 years, but I left there. I left there pregnant and didn't go back. I left like 2 days before I gave birth, and they kept telling me, "Eat all that stuff. It's all. They don't care how many calories. Like, you need calories. You're losing weight," because I was losing weight like crazy. My son just drained it. He was eating. He was eating me alive. I'm like, I can't help it. I can't keep eating as much food as this child is consuming. And he still eats like that. Holy cow. BC says I fried donuts for Walmart. I mean Walmart. uh, oh heavens. Now I was a waitress. I had to serve the food. I had to serve the donuts. And I had to serve coffee, which I hate. Funky says to BC, I can see that ruining the experience for you. I never had people pushing food on me before. It's like, yeah, we want you to have milkshakes. We want you to have donuts. I'm like, nobody's ever told me they want me to do that before. Well, you're losing too much weight. We want you to do that. I'm like, I don't think so. I can't stomach it. I can just about stand being in this building. The smell was horrendous. BC says the only thing I liked about the job was that it was overnight and in a dark bakery all by myself. Yeah, I worked at night with the baker, so it was pretty quiet. After a certain time period, it slowed down, and the baker was busy stocking up for the morning rush. Because by that time of night, we were running out of donuts. Gotta make the donuts. I'll never forget that. Gotta make the donuts, and I'm working for this place. That was the boss I told off. He got in my face. I said, get out of it right now. He said, I actually wrote my first novel. I published at that job. The baker didn't come in until 5 a.m., so I had 5 hours alone to do whatever I wanted. Oh, that's nice. Well, I usually work to midnight, and then the person coming in at midnight would come in. Well, we had just had a rush, and I always did my cleaning. I always did my stocking before I left. Everybody else there, they left me with nothing when they came in. I came in, there's nothing done. So I'd have to stock up all during my shift. And then at the end, when I got, bombarded by people, I'm like, I need you out there on the floor so I can do the cleaning and stocking. She goes, if you don't, I'm not going out on the floor till you have everything stocked up and cleaned. I says, if you want to get this done, you're going to have to start work at your time. And because I am now off schedule, and I am cleaning up and doing the stocking I'm supposed to do. So get off my face, get off that. She was sitting in the back, off your ass, and get out there and start working. Because otherwise, I'm calling the boss, and he can come in here. and deal with it, because I'm not staying here all night going crazy, because it was busy then. So how was I supposed to work, stock, and she just sat there and watched me? Wouldn't happen. Wouldn't happen. I can be feisty when I want to. I may look like a little meek mouse, but don't push the wrong buttons. Do not push the wrong buttons. BC says I worked at midnight. Everyone else left by 9. Well, we were open 24 hours, so we had customers. Yeah, it would be quiet overnight, but there would be groups of people that would come in at times. But it was the quietest shift of the shifts. But she would not get off her ass. I'm like, get out there. I said, well, I'm not doing anything. I'm off the clock. You want me to fill the stuff up and bring out the donuts and clean up the dirty stuff back here? You get out there and wait on the customers. I can't do both. The store was open 24 hours, but the bakery had limited hours. Yeah, I think they had limited hours too. They didn't bake 24 hours, I don't believe, either. But there was usually, at the night shift, because I worked till midnight, the guy came in and he was busy, back there baking. And it was usually just him and I, and occasionally one other person on the counter. We finally told the owner to get rid of these kids that they were hiring, because they wanted tips. There were no tips. Nobody tipped us. I said, we're tired of splitting, $1 worth of tips 3 or 4 ways. Not working. We don't need them. The 2 of us worked quite well together, and we were adults, whereas the others were kids that wanted to play around. So it's like, pay us minimum wage and whatever tips we managed to get, which, except for our usuals, we didn't get a whole lot of tips. I mean, that was a trip. Getting paid less than $2 an hour and no tips for all that work. Gotta be kidding me. And of course, we were expected to pay for our own. We got a discount, but we were expected to pay for our donuts and stuff. And the baby inside of me was super hungry. I'm like, I'd go broke if I had to buy all the donuts that kid wanted. I spent 2 jobs working pregnant. What a trip. Both of them on my feet. Of course, they didn't make pregnancy uniforms. She's like, I don't know what to do. She goes, you got to wear a uniform. So she gives me this. Someone had quit who had been quite large. She said, do you sew? Can you possibly take this in and then just get a pair of beige pregnancy pants? So believe it or not, I was able to take that top in and make it look pretty good. And it expanded over my belly just fine. So it worked out. I officially know someone that lost their house to fire. When did this happen, Jen? I know a couple people that happened to. It's not something that happens often. Jenna says, I want you to go get ice cream. Are you trying to throw me off my own stream? What the heck are you trying to do? I'm already fighting the urge to go get ice cream. That just opened here a couple of years ago. What just opened there a couple of years ago? Why are we talking about food? Oh my God. We're supposed to be doing writing. We're busy talking about food. And now you got me started with chocolate and ice cream. Great going. And donuts. I could get donuts, but they wouldn't be the kind that are made in a donut place because that I'd have to drive to. We have a Dunkin' Donuts around here though. And the ice cream place is just outside the front door. But I'm confused to what just opened there a couple years ago. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. First, you guys can't stop talking, and now dead silence. And whose house was on fire? You drop things like that, and then you don't finish it. Funky says, my son works in a gelato place. He makes more in tips than I ever did waiting tables. Really? I'm surprised they get tips in a gelato place. I'm trying to think. I don't know if this place across the street is expensive, but I don't know if they have a tip cup out or not. They probably do. I know waiting tables never got me much. I worked in the officers club, and those guys are cheap. They make the most money in the military, but they're cheap. And the donut shop, that was a joke too. I had my first gelato not too long ago. My daughter bought one, and I said, I've never had this, and it was really pretty good. On the weekends, he makes 70 to 90 in tips. Holy cow. In an ice cream place. Jeez. And that's from tip split between 2 or 3 people. Wow. Maybe you should work there. Sounds like he made those pretty good for himself. He worked by himself last Wednesday and made $100. Man. Now I should go work for the people across the street. I can't work. That would be too much. It would kill my... Couldn't stand there more than a few minutes. Excuse me. Used to do well with DoorDash. Funky says in a month, including the paycheck he just got, he has saved up $1,000. That's wonderful. That is really great. I can't believe that one in a gelato shop. That's amazing. Saving money, what a concept. I haven't had one of those concepts lately. It's been quite a while. I don't think I've ever had that concept. There's never been any money to save. Funky said I used to get crap waiting tables, like 40 or 50, sometimes 60. Well, like I told you, we used to get if we were lucky, to get one of the officers who was actually one of the decent ones, we might get a few bucks. I mean, on Sunday, whether or not we went out for pizza depended on my tips. So, you know how much pizza costs? And there were weeks we couldn't go have pizza. That's how many tips I got from an officers club. These guys make big money, but they're jerks and they're cheap. Funky says, when I go to coffee places or ice cream places, I don't typically put anything in the little tip jar. So it truly is shocking. Yeah, I don't for places like that usually either. Not usually. Sometimes if I got a handful of change and I just don't feel like dealing with it, I'll throw it in there. But most of the time I don't. But when I worked in that restaurant with officers, should have put money in the tip. And they didn't. It was terrible. Funky says, although I've started to put a little. When I was working for Dunkin' Donuts, I used to love the people. They buy the coffee. It was 48 cents. And then they put the 2 cents in the tip jar. You know how long it takes to get $1 from 2 cents a cup of coffee? And that's just, split among whoever's working. Like, you gotta be kidding me, right? And we don't even get, less than $2 an hour. Don't even get minimum wage. Jenna says, I never carry cash. Funky says, me either. I used to always carry cash. Well, I do carry cash. But I always used it preferable to my card. Now I use my card for everything. Wow. $8.50 an hour, too. Jeez. He's doing pretty well. You think he's working for the mafia? That's pretty good. Jenna says, I worked until the day of delivery. I'm so weird, I just didn't want to sit home. If we're talking about delivery of children, my second child was born within a few hours after I came home from work. I walked in the door. Our friends walked out the door who were supposed to watch our only daughter at the time. They left, and of course there were no cell phones at that point. And I'm like, I just went into labor. He's like, what? I said, it's the second kid. They tell me they come fast. He says, it's going to take them a while to get home before we can call them. I said, well, just keep dialing the friggin' phone. I got to go to the hospital. I had her 4.5 hours from the time I went into labor. So I barely made it. The only thing is, of course, there are a lot of doctors at the Officers Club. If I had gone into labor, they could have taken care of. I could have done delivery on a table in the restaurant. That would have been fun. Okay. Now let's see. Now we're switching back to another conversation. Over the weekend, Tessa. It's owned by real Italians, so not someone I'm close to or anything, but still sad. The Candor fire is relatively close to me. Man, I can't imagine having a house fire. That'd be devastating. Yeah, I had a friend I worked with, and she not only had a house fire, she lost one of her children. So she was in a really fragile position, and there was a fire there, and I'm like, oh my God. Can only imagine. I'm terribly afraid of fire. I was in a fire in the officers club, and I we were in a state of I was in a state of panic, and I stopped. It's like I can't go anywhere. I can't do it. I can't do it. Um, One of the guys grabbed a hold of me and he started yanking on me. He goes, "God, you got to move. We can't stand here. The fire is coming." And so we ran into one of the big dining rooms, and the doors were locked. And I'm like, "Oh God, we can't get out." So now I'm really freaking out because it's a nightmare I had since I was a child, being in a fire. And I was like totally freaked out. This guy's trying to drag me along. Finally, somebody broke out windows with chairs so we could climb through the windows. And we were running under the fire that was busting out the windows above our head. Glass was raining down on us. And then we had to go back to work. And I'm like, I can't do this. I can't come in here, because part of it was the building wasn't totally destroyed, so they made us go back to work. I said, I can't do this. An old boss lost her house. California's a mess right now, funky. Oh, here we go with the. I'm not even going to try to block it, because the last time I did that, I blocked funky. Jenna says, I'm totally safe. I just deal with the smoke in the air. Funky says, I bet California's always having fires. That's a shame. I'm sorry. Fire is one of my biggest problems. BC says, make me mod Tessa and I'll block it for you. Give me a second. Wait a minute. Which one on you? You're on Twitch. I'm not sure how to do it on Twitch. Tell you the truth. How do I make you a mod on Twitch? Jenna says, I know. I need to move to a rainy area. That's one thing I don't know how to do. And the last time I tried to block. I blocked Funky, and Funky had to use his own moderator powers to unblock himself, because I couldn't. You can click on my name, and then you should be able to select mod. In Twitch, well, let's see what happens. Add friend, whisper, mod. Maybe this is it. All right, I think you might be a mod now. Oh, they're using a bunch of names. Oh, great. Another one of these days. Yeah, you're a moderator. It says one message was deleted by a mod. Okay, so. All right, now I know how to do that. I'm like, great. How do I do this in Twitch? Yep, you got them. Thank you. Took me a minute to figure out how to find mod on there, but I got it. Yeah, I did it last time, and I actually I banned Funky, and I'm like, Funky, I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how. He goes on as a moderator, says, I just unbanned myself. I said, oh gee, thanks. So now I hate to try that, because I'm so afraid I'm going to end up banning the wrong person. I hate those things too. I had a whole bunch of them come through one night. Oh my gosh. And then the one had the nerve to come on and say, why'd you ban me? So that was a real person. It wasn't a bot. If I'm one, I'm happy to help. Thank you. And now I know how to make a moderator on Twitch. Learn something new every day. If they're spamming, they are still a bot to me. Well, that's the thing. It was a bunch of nonsense that was coming across my screen. And this person happened to be in it. And he came back on YouTube with the same name and said the same stupid thing above. And then he says to me, why did you ban me on Twitch? And then I looked up and found them. I said, you're part of that group. And so he switched the same name in YouTube and was using that. So now I had to ban that one. I'm like, no, I'm not having this. Yeah, he was just a spammer or a troll. And he was a belligerent one, too. He's very, very, and gibberish is talking to them and, what's wrong? And I'm like, gibberish, you have no idea. Because that was when I was still on StreamYard, so she couldn't see what was going on in Twitch, because I was being bombarded in Twitch. It was like a raid, but it was all nasty stuff. So like a group of people set up a raid, and then they bombarded me with a bunch of nasty stuff. I'm like, great, this is just what I needed. And gibberish is such a sweet little thing, and she's like, what's going on? I don't understand. BC says they are real people who usually raid just to hate on people and be trolls. Well, I figured it had to be real people setting up a raid, because they all came on at the same time and just bombarded me with a bunch of junk. So I assumed that's what it was. But I don't know I don't know. They have nothing else to do, I guess. Trolls have seemed to be worse on Twitch than YouTube. They are. I haven't had that many trolls from YouTube. But since I've been on Twitch, it's been terrible. And they're almost always Twitch. I rarely get anybody from YouTube. Oh, yeah. They were making fun of the fact that I was a grandma. And yes, I am disabled too. But they were really making fun of the fact that I was a grandma. All kinds of comments about it. And yeah, so it was a hate, like you said, a hate raid. PC says, yes, there's a petition going around to have Twitch start treating hate raids with more serious consequences. Yeah, that was bad. I mean, having one person come in and say something is bad enough. To get hit by 10 or more people all at once, calling you names and saying things about you, that's definitely not great. Yep, they love to hate on disabled folk, older folks, etc. Yeah. All right, Jenna. Thanks for stopping by. We'll see you guys later. We'll see you later. You're the one going back to work. Listen to me. Yeah, they do definitely pray, and I think it's terrible. And I didn't have all that before I went on Twitch. So it was like a shock the first time it happened. Since YouTube doesn't have a community platform like rating, there are fewer there. But Twitch is built on shifting tons of people from one chat to another. Yeah. And that makes it easy for them to be able to set up a group and then just bombard a raid that bombard somebody who happens to be streaming. And then you got all those people on there all at one time, with all their hate stuff spewing out. I mean, at first I thought, well, maybe the raid thing is a good thing. But after having that happen the other night, I wasn't so happy about being raided. Because that was bad. BC said, yeah, that's why I have so many mods on Twitch, to make sure I can help catching the hate. Have help catching the hate. I didn't even know how to do it before now, so now I know how to do it. I don't get too many people from Twitch yet. I get sporadic. So I don't have a lot of Twitch people, unless I'm being raided, of course. Then I'll have a lot of people. Okay, so that's a horrible system. Although the idea of raiding is fun, they need to curb that shiz. Yeah. Because that's like, it shocked me. I mean, I've had people put pornography and other stuff up there, but to have somebody calling me all kinds of names about being old and this and that, I said, this isn't right. This definitely isn't right. BC says, I love rates normally. I find new people find me. I can support streamers, but there are downsides, and that is one of them. They're able to form themselves into a raid and bombard you in one big, group. So yeah, that's definitely not a good thing. I mean, I've gotten some new followers. I've got a lot of new followers. I'm over 60-some followers, mostly due to Kate, of course. I think I had 40 before Kate hit me. Do you have friends on Twitch? Have you added friends on your profile? If so, you can go in and make them all mods, so whoever is online during your Twitch stream, they can block people. I have a few friends on Twitch, and a few people that actually have come on my stream. But like I said, I didn't know anything about mods on Twitch, whether they even have them or not. Have you added friends on your profile? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. Maybe we're not even. I follow people, but I don't know if that's what the same thing or. Or friends are different, right? Than followers. I think I remember seeing something about friends being different than followers. Yeah, usually after every raid, no matter how small, at least one person will sign up as a follower. Like I said, I'm really close to hitting affiliate, but I don't know what to do about that because I don't really want to. I don't really want to go that route. I joined Twitch because all my friends were joining Twitch. And it's like, well, I'm going to lose everybody as they move to Twitch if I don't move too. But I don't want to lose my YouTube friends either, because a lot of people are still on YouTube. So this worked out the best. I could do both. It's getting warm here. The sun is out, obviously, and it's right on this side of my building now, so it is hot. This is the bad part of the night when the sun is right outside the window. I got part of it blocked. If I have it full screen and you see my windows and you can see the sun coming in, But it looks like with the block the way it is, you don't see that sun at least. Funky says, okay, I gotta run. See you tomorrow night, Tessa. See you later, BC. Bye, Funky. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you got a few sprints in at least. A little bit of work done. I'll see you tomorrow night. I'm not sure how many people are left. It says I have 5 people here, but I don't see 5 people talking. I mean, one of them is me, as far as I know, but the other 4, I don't know. Gibberish, are you still here? Sometimes she'll be here reading or something. I actually have a follower who's not a writer, but she loves being on the channel and interacting with everybody. So she's been here for a long time. Well, I've been streaming for a year now, and she's been here for a long time. And she likes being with us, but she's not a writer. I'm not sure if anybody's still here. It's almost dinner time. I've been on 12:30. I've been on 4 hours. I could just look up there and it tells me how long I've been on. I'm sitting there looking at the clock trying to figure out how long I've been on. Dummy. Sometimes I forget about that. Well, I don't know if anybody's still here. I'm going to set at least one more sprint because I still have some blog posts I wanted to do. If anybody's here, they can let me know. Because it says there's 5 people here. But even counting me and BC, it's still 3 people unaccounted for. I know there's lurkers. Could be lurkers too. It's hard to say. But I'm going to set at least one more timer up so I can work on my. So I got 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Oh, wow, gibberish. That's excessive. 3 times in 1 month. I know that stuff messes with your hormones. Can do a lot of things, but that's why is she so mad? I know you explained that she doesn't believe in birth control pills and whatnot, but would she rather you be a young mother with a baby? I mean, even if you're not doing anything, if you're using them for medical purposes, why would she want to stop it? Doesn't make any sense. That's part of the problem you're going to have as long as you're living there. And I understand why you're living there, but it's going to be something you're going to have to deal with as long as you're living there. Because you can't keep your life obviously separate from your mother if you're living in the same house. And if she's like a lot of people, it's my house, you live by my rules kind of a thing. And I don't know why she's throwing them out in the first place. But 3 times is ridiculous. And if it was helping keeping you regulated, that's even worse. Yes, things could go wrong. Things could happen. You could get hit by a bus tomorrow. We can't live our life with what could be. And if it's something that you need, one, for medical reasons, or two, because you don't want to have a child, both very good reasons to be on birth control. Um, I just don't understand your mom. I'm sorry. I don't understand it. I would rather my daughter, and we put my daughter on birth control when we found out that she was actually having sex. And she was 16 or 17. And my ex-husband flat out asked her, and she started crying, and then she said yes. So he turns to me and says, go put her on birth control. So I had to take her to the doctors. And then the second one got pregnant. Didn't get to her in time. Should have figured she got pregnant. But I don't know. I'm sorry your mom is giving you so much grief. As long as you're under her roof, though, you're subject to her rants and whatever else she's going to go on. I mean, is there someone that you're friends with that you could try to stay with or share an apartment or something? Ouch. Oh, God. Oh, shoot. I didn't take my pain pill. No wonder I can't move. I had to go take my pain pill. I'll be right back, but I don't know what to tell you. you still there, Chippers? Oh, Chippers, I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better tomorrow. I'm sorry. Take care of yourself. I'll talk to you later. Alright, everybody, I'm going to end the stream now. Hope everyone got what they needed out of today's stream. And I will see some of you tomorrow night at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Good night.